Fox Sports.
We are Fox. We are Minnesota.
A late afternoon rain shower has extended now into the middle evening. We've been told that when that grounds crew busy squeegeeing around the tarp is actually going to get to business and take the tarp off, we will have baseball tonight about 45 minutes after the tarp is removed from the field. So with that, we welcome you to Globe Life Park in Arlington. Dick Bramer and Roy Smalley, the Twins losing a tough one-run ball game last night and hoping to bounce back with a win here tonight, and for that matter, a win again tomorrow. But little weather issue here before we get started tonight.
Nobody happier, no group of people happier that we're going to play baseball tonight than players, I think, on both sides. Ahead of the All-Star break coming up after the game is done on Sunday afternoon. So they want to play tonight, play tomorrow, give it good effort. They'd prefer not to have to play two tomorrow. So really, really good news that we're going to play baseball tonight.
The rain has all but stopped. We've got a break, and then on the other side, Tom and Tim will keep you updated as to progress here and other fascinating things as well. We fully expect to have baseball here shortly in Arlington. Rather suddenly and unpredictably, the Twins are starting to hit home runs on a near record pace for the franchise. 99 home runs on the year. Miguel Sano hit number 99 last night. They'll try to hit numbers 100 and so on against a former Twin, Kyle Lohse, making his Ranger debut tonight, returning to the American League for the first time in about 10 years. His mound opponent, Ricky Nolasco, making just his second start against the Rangers. Nolasco has been the steadiest Twin starter so far this year. A little bit later than planned, but we are happy to be bringing you Twins baseball, Game 3 between the Twins and the Rangers from Globe Life Park in Arlington. And we welcome you on this late Saturday night edition of Twins TV. Dick Bremer and Roy Smalley for Game 3. Coming out of spring training, the Twins thought they would have a very productive lineup, and of course that didn't happen through the first 10 weeks of the season. But as of late now, we've seen the Twins lineup being very productive and very powerful.
Swinging the bats like we really thought they were going to right out of spring training, and productive is the right word. You see the difference here in the last 41 games compared to the first 45 or so. The home runs, as Dick mentioned, coming in bunches, but the runs per game difference, that really tells the story. The Twins lineup, up and down the lineup, swinging the bats very, very well as a group.
And of course, none of it matters unless the Twins get better starting pitching than they got in the first 10 weeks of the season, and we're starting to see some encouragement in that regard as well. Ricky Nolasco's been, for the lack of a staff ace, at least he's been the most reliable starter they've had.
Well, he takes the ball and has taken the ball every time he's been called upon. This is his 18th start. You can see the most important stat here on the Twins staff is the fact that he's leading in starts. He goes out there and in 11 of those starts, 6 or more innings pitched. That really is exemplary. That's why the Twins got him when they did. He's always been an innings eater. He's proven to be that this year.
We'll end up having a rain delay of a little more than an hour to start Game 3 of this series, but Saturday night baseball coming your way deep in the heart of Texas. Twins baseball on Fox Sports North is presented by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. By Jeep. Find your summer of adventure with great deals during the Summer of Jeep. And by Sanford Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, for the everyday competitor in all of us. Deep to left field. A towering blast.
In less than one season, he's owned the 60 feet 6 inches between rubber and result. With grit over glitter, muscle over grace, purpose over polish.
A drive to left center field. The legend continues. I didn't think a human being could hit a baseball that far.
We watch, we stare, and we talk.
I don't think anybody's close to Sano's power.
Beast of a man.
Very loud when it comes off his bat.
There's a lot to say, and there's a lot to see about Miguel Sano.
And we need to remind ourselves that this man does not yet have 500 at-bats in the big leagues. And he's hit 32 home runs, 3 in the last 7 games, and he's in the lineup, of course, again here tonight. A little bit later than we'd hoped. Game originally scheduled at 8:10. That became a moot point. It pretty much was raining from 5 o'clock up until about 8:30. And so we will get started here tonight in a kind of a smaller scale of what the Twins went through Tuesday night at Target Field into Wednesday, with a day game tomorrow, a late start the night before. The Menards batting order. Eduardo Nunez will leave tomorrow after the game for San Diego. Then Joe Mauer, Miguel Sano, Brian Dozier, Max Kepler, Kenny Vargas, Eddie Rosario, Juan Centeno, and Danny Santana.
Kyle Lohse on the mound for the Texas Rangers. Back to the American League for Kyle Lohse after a 10-year absence, as Dick mentioned earlier. Be anxious to see what kind of stuff he's featuring now. He used to be kind of sneaky fastball, slider, changeup. See what he's up to this time around.
Northland Ford defense for the Texas Rangers. Mazzara in left, Desmond in center, and Chu in right. Adrian Beltre, Elvis Andrus, Rougned Odor, and Mitch Moreland, the infielders. Robinson Chirinos behind the plate. Bill Miller calling balls and strikes. Brian Knight is at first. Tony Randazzo is at second. Adam Hammery is at third. Twins won handily here on Thursday night. Lost a 1-run ball game last night. Losing 1-run ball games to the Rangers, not that uncommon. They are in first place, have the best record in the league, largely because they've gone 19-7 in 1-run ball games.
Very, very good in this ballpark, and very, very good in the late innings.
Eduardo Nunez takes strike 1 from Kyle Lohse. Nunez's average has climbed here. Good to see a finishing kick in what has been a tremendous first half for Nunez. 1-1 from Lohse. And a pop-up chased by Moreland, and he'll run out of room. Nunez starting the day at .323, 7th in the American League in hitting, actually tied for 6th with Manny Machado. The leader is Jose Altuve at .347. 1-2. And off the fist, and a little pop-up up the line. Chirinos, a foul ball catch, one away. Byron Buxton, the subject of our Sanford Health injury report, and he has had 3 collisions in the last week with that spot of the walls, both at Target Field and here at Globe Life Park. A frightening moment last night as Buxton had to be helped from the field, carted off the field, and an MRI confirmed what the original diagnosis was last night, just a bone bruise. And in fact, this afternoon, before the game this afternoon, Buxton was out. He worked on the exercise bike a little bit, did some sprints in the outfield, and it's the best possible news for the Twins and for Byron Buxton. Nothing serious, a bone bruise, and he technically is available perhaps to pinch run even yet tonight. 1-1 to Mauer. Miguel Sano will follow. And a strike called. Mauer used to catch Lohse years ago. 10 years ago, Lohse was still with the Twins and has bounced around National League clubs until being called up for tonight's start inside, and it's 2-2.
Well, the stuff has changed quite a bit just based on the first 2 hitters that we're seeing. He doesn't throw nearly as hard. 87 to 89 we've seen so far, but a lot more movement than on his fastball than he used to have. You see that sinker right there. Ball running away from Joe, ran in on Eduardo Nunez and got in on his fist. So he's going to rely on throwing strikes and getting the fastball to move a lot.
3-2 to Mauer with 1 gone in the first. And hooked into the corner and just foul. First base umpire Brian Knight made the call. Butch Davis thought that was very close. It is a reviewable play because it is behind the base umpire. And it's fouled by the width of the baseball. Loesch's best year was in 2012 with the Cardinals. 16-3, an ERA of 2.86, and not surprisingly, a career high 211 innings pitched. The Twins were looking at a replay to see if they wanted to challenge that. Another full count pitch to Mauer. This one is fair. And Chu will field it, get in front of it. Mauer has a single, leading, or not leading off, but with one out here in the first inning. Twins got Loesch in a Rick Aguilera trade a long time ago, and he had a couple of winning seasons for the Twins in 2002 and 3, and then as you can see there, bounced around with 4 different National League clubs. Signed by the Rangers in the middle of May. His AAA numbers not great, but he did have quality starts in 7 of his last 9 starts. Here is Sano taking strike 1. Sano clobbered a 3-run home run in the 5th inning, gave the Twins a lead that didn't last very long. And now outside, 1-1. Loesch was traded by the Twins to Cincinnati, and the Twins got a right-handed minor league pitcher by the name of Zach Ward, and he never got out of Double-A with the Twins or any other organization. Taken low, and it's 2-1.
Loesch's best years were in St. Louis. He benefited from the Tony La Russa, Dave Duncan pitching coach tandem.
3-1. Dozier on deck. Nick Martinez was supposed to make the start, and as we were leaving the ballpark last night, the Rangers made the announcement that it would not be Martinez, who's been struggling. He was sent to the minor leagues, and Loesch taking his spot in the rotation and on the roster. 3-1 to Miguel Sano. Lifted down the right field line, hit a long way, and still foul near the foul pole. And I suspect in his career we'll see Sano do that pretty regularly. Not hit the ball well at all, maybe off the end of the bat, but because of his strength, accidentally hit it out toward right field.
Right, and I actually hope that he develops more of a Miguel Cabrera mindset where he's hitting the ball, setting up to hit the ball more to right center. He's playing strong enough to hit a lot of home runs that way.
Called third strike on the outside corner. 2 down, and that'll bring up Dozier.
And it's those kind of pitches that make me say I'd like to see him set up more to right center, especially with 2 strikes. See, he's leaving to go to left field just a little bit. You can see his rear end and his legs going to left field a little bit. And questionable pitch, right? Bert Blyleven wouldn't call it a pitcher's pitch and want that one, but Miguel is so strong. He can look for the ball out over the plate with 2 strikes, try to take it the other way, and still fight off pitches inside. It's going to make him a lot more effective with 2 strikes.
Here's Brian Dozier taking ball 1.
It's one thing if you were a guy like me that had to hit the ball to his pull field if you wanted to hit a home run, but for a guy that's strong enough to hit the ball out to the opposite gap, that gives you half again more advantage, maybe double the advantage as a hitter.
1-0 to Dozier. And now a strike. Dozier's yet to homer in July. The Twins, as we said, with 99 home runs. 20th pitch of the first inning for Loesch. And a big fly ball to left. Mazzara will wait a long time, but he makes the catch. And the Twins come up empty in the first. It'll be Ricky Nolasco to the mound to pitch to the Rangers in the bottom of the first inning. Top of the first inning. And the Menards batting order for Jeff Bannister and the Rangers. Shin-Soo Choo leading off. Ian Desmond batting second. Then Rougned Odor, Adrian Beltre, Prince Fielder, Nomar Mazara, Elvis Andrus, Mitch Moreland, and Robinson Chirinos.
Ricky Nolasco taking the ball again, his 18th start this year. He's gone out there on turn every single time and pitched much better. Very consistent. 11 of his previous 17 starts. Past the 6th inning, 6 innings plus. He's been an innings eater, as we mentioned at the open of the show.
Hook foul. Over his last 8 starts, he's pitched at least 5 2/3 innings. He's on a 3-game losing streak. Hoping to pick up a win in just his 2nd career start against the Rangers. That's to left. And it'll die in front of Rosario. A leadoff single for Choo. Northland Ford defense for the Minnesota Twins. Eddie Rosario in left, Danny Santana in center, and Max Kepler in right. Miguel Sano, Eduardo Nunez, Brian Dozier, Joe Mauer, the infielders, and Juan Centeno behind the plate. Choo aboard. And now Desmond. Desmond knows a lot about Nolasco. 19 at bats against Nolasco, 5 hits. And through the hole to left, jumping on the first pitch. And Nolasco gives up a couple of singles here quickly in the first. That'll bring up Rougned Odor.
He made a pretty good pitch on Choo, and he just dunked it into left field for a little cheapie. And then that ball he tried to run in on Desmond and didn't get it in quite far enough. Looked like Desmond was really cheating on the first ball fastball and first pitch fastball, and grounded it through the hole.
Here is Odor. Breaking ball outside, ball 1. Twins got just 5 innings from their starter Kyle Gibson in last night's game. And lifted foul. Nolasco on a pace to pitch over 200 innings. And it would be just the 3rd time in his career, obviously first year for the Twins, where he's eclipsed the 200 innings pitched mark. Pitched 206 innings in 2011 with the Marlins. And then in 2008, 212 and a fraction. That's hit to center, and Santana hustling after it and getting there, making the catch. Front runner will tag, and Santana whistles his throw back toward the infield. A deep line drive, advancing Choo to third base. And that'll bring up Adrian Beltre. Typically, Beltre has been Texas's hottest hitter whenever the Twins have played them. That has not been the case last weekend or this weekend.
So dangerous. He just always wanted bat away from breaking out and going on just an RBI tear. Be very careful with this guy, even when he's not swinging his best.
And oddly, he's never faced Ricky Nolasco. Strike 1. Nolasco has induced 8 ground ball double plays. About 1 every other start.
Big difference with Ricky this year, besides the fact that he's healthy, is he's picked up a little velocity on his fastball, and the movement's been good. So he can't get away from that fastball.
And Centeno catches one down and in. 1-1.
Nolasco's best pitch, combination of pitches, breaking balls. He's got a really good curveball. He'll throw a slider. But in order for those pitches to be his best pitches, he has to impress hitters with fastballs. He's been very, very good this year throwing fastballs on both sides of the plate. We'll see if he can keep that going.
away 2-1. Twins took 2 out of 3 from the Rangers last weekend in Minnesota. And Desmond flushed back to the bag. Opponents have gone 5 out of 6 against Nolasco stealing bases. They got him. A high pickoff throw around the shoulders. And Mauer did a nice job catching the throw. The tag was almost incidental, but they picked him off first. Second pickoff of the year for Nolasco.
Manager Jeff Bannister wants to look at it. He's telling everybody to wait, but the way, he's out easily. The way Desmond reacted, he walked right off the field.
So now 2 down, a runner at third, and the count 2-1 to Beltre. To center. Santana back. A couple of line drives for outs and a pickoff, all adding up to a scoreless first for Ricky Nolasco. Coverage of baseball presented by T-Mobile. Rangers starting pitchers last 7 games have been awful, and they are going to need something to change, whether it's the pitchers themselves or not. But a .405 opponent batting average, haven't completed 5 innings in any start. So with that in mind, Kyle Lohse is making his Ranger debut. He'll face Max Kepler to start the second. Inside, ball 1. Checked his swing, but took a strike.
Pretty well documented. Kepler's been on a tear since he came back on June the 1st. 5th in the league in RBIs. That's not rookies, that's everybody.
Getting 7 in 1 game helps.
Hey, they all count.
That's right.
They all count.
2-1 to the leadoff man here in the second. Vargas and Rosario will follow. Over the inside corner. On the ground, hit right to Odor. 1 away. The Twins flex plan gives you the flexibility to choose your games and your number of seats. You can choose in advance or even the day of the game, so don't plan. Flex plan. Go to twinsbaseball.com/flex or call 800-33-TWINS to learn more. Here's Kenny Vargas. Since his recall, 5 for 11, and all 5 hits have been extra base hits. That is a designated hitter's dream to be able to step into the lineup and do things like that.
It's a manager's dream to
Yes.
put a DH in there that does that. That's for sure.
And of course, he has played a little first base, played at first base yesterday. 1-0. 2-0.
Thought it was very interesting comment that Kenny made in an interview I did with him before the game. We ran in the pregame show. Very interesting what he's thinking about up there at the plate, what he's trying to do. And you see it right there. There's taken 3-0. He said, nothing's really changed that much for me mechanically. I have more confidence now that I don't have to swing at everything that comes up there, that I can look for a mistake, and I'm okay taking some pitches.
Well, you don't expect a .455 batting average to continue, but the Twins hope that what just happened will continue. He's now drawn 3 walks against 1 strikeout. And if Vargas can just balance strikeouts and walks, he's going to be a very productive player for the Twins.
And it's not just the walks versus the strikeouts, although that is very important. What you're saying is very important, Dick. But the corollary to that is his desire to hit just pitches that in the middle of the zone that he wants to swing at, rather than putting himself in a hole by swinging at pitchers' pitches.
Rosario jumps out of the way and takes a strike.
Yeah, one thing we've seen from Los so far, his ball is tailing pretty well, and he's not been afraid to throw the ball, start the ball inside on left-handers and try to hit that inside corner. So he's going to try to do it again.
And pitch up, 1-1.
That was a little slider he was going to try to sneak down and in there. It stayed high, just kind of spun. Now away with that moving fastball.
And foul away. 1-2. Inside 2-2. From Round Rock, Texas, back to the big leagues for Kyle Oates tonight. And Rosario fouls it back.
Fighting off that inside fastball. Oates has been around a long time. He obviously doesn't have the same stuff he had when he was younger, but he understands, you can see already, understands that he has to try to spot both corners of the plate. He can't just pitch with one pattern.
Hooked, foul behind Butch Davis.
So important. You need to understand hitters and how difficult it is to hit. The fact that you can't hit everything on the plate at every spot in every speed. I was talking to Ken Griffey Jr. one time about his approach at the plate. We look at a really good hitting coach, Tom Brunansky. And Jr. told me, he said, the main thing, because we watched the 2-2 pitch here to Rosario.
Outside 3-2.
The main thing he learned, besides the fact that he had great talent to hit, the main thing that Junior learned is that he would look location. He wouldn't look a kind of pitch. He would look either from the middle of the plate in or the middle of the plate out. And he would take it if it was the opposite, he would take the pitch until he got 2 strikes.
Rosario lifts it high down the right field line with some hook on it. A foul ball. Loesch had some good years with the Twins, but he made just one postseason start for the Twins. That was in the 2003 ALDS. Game 3, pitched a good ball game, lost to Roger Clemens. This one to the gap in right center field. It's down for a hit. Vargas to second. And it'll go to the wall. Vargas to third. He's going to be held. Another nice play by Desmond who got the ball and off balance just flung the ball toward the infield. And that's what one of the things the third base coach will look at. And Gene Glenn immediately put up the stop sign. Rosario with a double.
Well, he did a good job of, as you say, of flinging the ball back, and even better, he flung it in the direction of the relay man, so it wasn't a wild throw. You see Eddie Rosario with a really good swing, drives it in the gap, and watch Desmond. He gets to it and throws it in a hurry and throws it pretty much on line to his relay man. That's a very, very nice play, and Dick's right. That talked Gene Glenn out of sending Kenys Vargas.
Middle infield back for Centeno, and he takes inside, ball one. We saw it twice last night. The Twins corner outfielders last night both made nice defensive plays that didn't result in an out, but it denied the Rangers a run in the inning. And the highlight reels will always show good defensive plays that result in outs, but here's a case where Desmond, with some speed to get to the ball before it went to the wall, and then a nice athletic quick release to the cutoff man, for the time being at least, has kept the Twins off the board. And so much for that. Centeno drops one down the right field line, and that'll score two. Juan Centeno with a two-run single, and the Twins jump out in front.
You mentioned the movement on Kyle Loh's fastball, and mentioned him trying to hit either corner against both sides of the plate. But right here, that ball settles right back in the middle of the plate and up in the zone, and Centeno able to put a nice swing on it, drive in a couple of runs. And as we've mentioned before, Juan Centeno's a tough out up there. He's got a chance to get a hit. He's not just a backup catcher that's in there for defensive reasons. He's got a chance.
And now here's Santana taking strike one. Loesch has faced 8 men and retired just 4. One and one. Santana revert now to the role he was originally supposed to play coming out of spring training, a super utility player. Swinging a foul, playing 3 outfield positions, 3 infield positions. We've seen him start at short and now in center field in Buxton's stead. We've seen him play recently start out in left field. And when I asked Paul Molitor about Santana and his current role, Paul was quick to suggest that Santana is still young enough. Tap to the left side, and Beltre will get the lead runner, and Santana reaches on a fielder's choice. That Santana was still young enough to settle into a position, one position, and be a regular player. Santana wasn't in the room, but I'll bet he would be glad to find that out. 2 down, 2 in, and now Eduardo Nunez.
Well, Danny's played very well every place that that Paul's put him. He played confidently, so he's maturing as a player. There's no question about it.
And Nunez drives one foul. Now, you didn't have to do that much. I mean, you played little third base, I think, right? A little second base, a little first base, right?
Didn't play much second. I played a little bit of second early in my career with the Texas Rangers. Got traded up to the Twins and was a full-time shortstop. And later on in my career, played a little third, a little first, and then finished as a designated hitter.
Down and in.
The difference between the major difference between Danny and me is that young man can really run.
Suggesting that you could
not.
Well,
I mean, I wasn't going to be an outfielder for that reason.
Santana threat to steal. Whatever the chances are in any given situation of Santana stealing, they're greatly enhanced because the Twins are playing with a 2-0 lead. Not the best steal percentage, in fact, one of the worst on the team. Nunez takes low, 2-1. Popped up center field. And Desmond makes the catch. The Twins score a couple against former Twin Kyle Osha in the second. To make plays at different positions.
Well, I was so impressed last night. Watch the athleticism of this play at shortstop. Yeah, that just doesn't look like a young man that's played almost no shortstop at all. That's not that easy a play. Danny playing all around the outfield, a little bit of third, not much short, and comes in and makes that play last night. Say he's maturing as a player. I think he's getting more and more confident. And I will tell you what, I don't think that the jury is totally out yet about Danny Santana not going back to shortstop and being an everyday shortstop someday. I really don't.
Inside 1-1 to Fielder. Well, the Twins have rotated enough people through that position, as we showed you on opening day when Eduardo Escobar was there this year. In the last 12 opening days, there have been 10 different shortstops. And that's one position, like the catching position, where you'd like to have some stability. And now on a more regular basis, we're seeing Nunez at short rather than Escobar. On the ground, picked up by Mauer, and he'll go to the bag. One away. Fox Sports supports the Grand Slam Dinner benefiting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Twin Cities Sunday, August 14th at Capitol Grill in downtown Minneapolis. You can join your hosts Brian and Renee Dozier for a 4-course meal served by your favorite Minnesota Twins players. Visit foxsportsnorth.com and click on upcoming events for details. It's an event I know that you sponsored for a number of years. And I think the way it works, Brian so involved in it as a waiter the last 3-4 years, and now he's taken over the event. It's been a fun night. Swinging a foul back.
It was a Michael Kadire event for so many years. You had been the perennial MC at that event and do such a great job. And when Michael left here, the Twins and Boys and Girls Clubs asked my wife Chrissy and me if we would host for a few years, which we were honored to do. And
a little pop up and Dozier retreats. 2 down.
It made an awful lot of sense to us after last year, and as involved as Brian has been, and now Brian and Renee have been in that event. It just made a lot of sense to us that Brian take it over, and he agreed, and he and Renee are going to be absolutely spectacular hosts.
And the food is awesome.
Oh man. Oh man.
2 down. Here's Elvis Andrus. Check swing, strike 1.
This young man, Andrus, right here, is really having, I don't know if it's quietly, it seems quietly to me. I was going to say quietly a very, very nice year. Good defensive player, hitting up now to 290. He's driven in 39 runs before the All-Star break.
And up and in a ball.
Speaking of stability at shortstop, this man has supplied it for the Texas Rangers. He's a good player.
And will be supplying it for many years to come.
You
He's
bet.
had a long-term contract a few years ago. Up and in, actually not that much of either. He backs away. He is signed through 2022. He has 6 years left after this year. Oh, and then there's a vesting option in 2023. Deep to left field. And Rosario back. High off the wall. No, it's gone. A home run for Andrus. Just over the wall and left. There's a back wall. And the fence in front of it, obviously, and it hit the back wall, and the Rangers cut the lead in half.
Fastball there got an awful lot of the plate, and one of the things that Ricky needs to do is obviously stay out of the middle of the zone if he can help it, but especially don't get behind guys and let them cheat on those fastballs a little bit.
And now Mitch Moreland in a 2-1 ball game. Way out in front of an off-speed pitch, strike 1. Moreland got off to a slow start, trying to recover from that slow start and recover from a calf injury that has slowed him up in July. And speed pitch, where was that?
Yeah, that's a big curveball that broke late. Looked like it got down into the strike zone. Plenty of time. It started high, but that had some nice bite on it. Got down, not a great pitch up there, but it was a strike.
And now fouled back. One and two. Two and two. Andrus hitting just his 4th home run of the year. And Velasco allowing his 15th. Pulled foul. Final meeting of the year between these two teams tomorrow. It's a 2 o'clock start, and I know the 8 o'clock start here tonight confused some people. Again, we wouldn't have played at 7 or 8 o'clock anyway because of the rain, but tomorrow's game is at 2 o'clock. Three and two. Velasco gave up a couple of hits and then 2 line drive outs in the first inning. 2 quick outs in the second, then the home run to Andrus. Now 3 and 2 to Moreland. And spun back foul. Rangers started the day with a 6.5 game lead over the surging Astros. Houston lost this afternoon to Oakland 3-2. Pulled hard and off the glove of Mauer, and Nolasco a little late in getting there, but he got there. Mauer knocked it down, picked it up in foul territory, and fired to Nolasco, in the inning ends. A power surge as of late, 58 home runs in the last 41 games. And the Twins are on a pace to hit just under 200 on the year and have one of their most powerful seasons in their history. With 99 home runs on the season, we'll see what Mauer, Sano, and Dozier can do about changing that number in the third. Those are great years in '63 and '64 when the Twins hit over 220 home runs. The '87 bunch hit 196. Nearly had 4 guys on that team with 30 or more home runs. Mount Crushmore.
Yeah, that was some kind of good ball club, that's for sure, with the obvious result as proof. But
Mauer to left center field. Desmond makes a running catch. Mauer entered that at bat 7 for 10 with 2 home runs against Loesch, and a nice running catch by Desmond takes a hit away starting the third. Carsoup.com trivia question: which Twins player has the most career home runs here? And here's Miguel Sano, called out on strikes, his first time up. Strike one. And strike 2. And Chirinos wanted it up. Loesch delivered it for ball 1.
that's a show me pitch right there. You see a catcher hold the glove up there, go up the ladder, hope he swings, but change the eye angle, then come back with a breaking ball.
And a base hit to right field out of the reach of Moreland, and Sano's aboard with 1 out.
Well, nice job of waiting back with 2 strikes, not getting too anxious, jumping out too soon. Nice slow curveball that Sano waits on, knocks the other way for a base hit.
And now Brian Dozier hit a fly ball to left his first time up. This will be the first All-Star break in a couple of years where Brian can actually take a break. Last year he was on the team. The year before at Target Field, he participated in the Home Run Derby, which was, of course, a great thrill for him. 1 strike. And now outside 1-1. Rangers have to do something, and they're crossing their fingers that Loesch will be able to give them a quality start here tonight and pitch deep into the ball game. A high fly left center field. Desmond in the gap. Oh, he and Mazzara collide, but Desmond makes the catch, 2 away. And that'll bring up Kepler.
Center fielder's ball if he wants it, and it didn't look like Desmond kept calling. He called it early and then didn't keep calling for the ball, and Mazzara either didn't hear him or thought it was his all the way, but you have to defer to the center fielder out there.
Here's Kepler. Hit a ground ball to second his first time up. Up and away. 60 pitches already for Loesch. I don't think it would surprise anybody in baseball if the Rangers were very active before the trading deadline at the end of July to acquire starting pitching.
It would surprise me if they're not.
Yes. Swing and a miss. Kepler with a good rip.
Of course, it all depends on who might be available and what the Rangers are willing to give up to get the starting pitching. But when you go off to this kind of start that they are, with this kind of lead in their division and the position players they have, and as excited as the fans are here in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, it would just astonish me if they didn't do all they could to provide starting pitching help to go with the nice ball club that they have.
Some of the urgency might be softened with the fact that they still have a healthy lead in the division.
And they expect to get some guys back.
Right. Darvish. Kepler takes outside, and now a walk will bring Vargas to the plate with 2 men aboard. Complicating things maybe a little bit is the fact that this has been just a devastating first week and a half of July on the injury front. Every day, key players, position players, pitchers, starting pitchers are going down with injury. Craig Kimbrell of the Red Sox now with a knee problem. He's going to miss a month. The Red Sox go out and get Brad Ziegler and bring him over to close games in the short term. Carlos Rodon of the White Sox stumbled coming out of the dugout for the national anthem and sprained his left wrist. And Vargas takes strike 1.
Well, I think we mentioned it last night, but it's worth noting again. In my recent and maybe long-term memory, I don't remember injury prevalence like what we're seeing this year and lately, actually last few years.
Check swing, and it's 1-1. Showed you how the Twins have produced more runs as of late, a lot more home runs as of late. One thing that's happened too, much better 2-out hitting. And Vargas trying to produce one here, pitch in the dirt, 2-1.
Well, I think Tom Brunansky deserves just a boatload of credit for the job that he's done with these Twins hitters. Broke from the gate, really struggling, trying to do too much, taking bad at bats, and that man right there has remained positive and has worked and worked and worked, and it's starting to pay off.
Vargas out in front of the off-speed pitch.
And the one thing that I've seen up and down the lineup is that the Twins hitters have a plan when they go up there, and more oftentimes than not, they're being pretty successful at executing the plan they and Tom Dunansky have for a given pitcher on a given day, and that's been really good to see. Much better at bats.
2-2 to Vargas, and now ball 3, and the runners will leave early. Perhaps significant because Sano, not the fastest runner, he's at second base. Kepler's at first. '20th pitch of the inning, and it'll be the 70th of the ball game for Kyle Lohse. Threw an off-speed pitch, struck him out, stranding 2 runners. It's still 2-1. On Fox Sports North is presented by Northland Ford. Visit northlandford.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. And by Grand Casino. The best stories start here. What's yours? Robinson Chirinos facing Ricky Nolasco, taking ball 1. It'll be Chirinos, Chu, and Desmond in the Ranger third. And now missing inside, 2-0. Rangers with 3 hits against Nolasco, including Andres' 4th home run of the year in the 2nd inning. Popped up, and it's backing out of play. And it bounced into the TV booth off the left shoulder of Steve Busby. Tom Grieve was nowhere to be found, and the ball caromed around and hit Busby right in the left shoulder. Now, I know you're proud of being on a world championship team. There's Buzz in the middle, Tom Grieve, screen left. You're proud of being a part of a world championship ball club. You're proud of being elected to an all-star team. I caught the first press box foul ball in this ballpark.
Wow.
Right where I'm sitting right now. And I believe it was the first year that we were here. And a ball very similar to that, very easily caught. And I stood up and caught it.
That's, well, and may I please request that if one comes whistling back here again, you catch that one too, okay?
2-2 on the ground. And off the glove of Sano and trickling into left field, and Chirinos has an opening base hit. Sano tried to make a play, and all he accomplished was maybe taking a play away from Nunez.
Well, this is a decision play for any third baseman. You're taught to go get as much as you can You have a much shorter throw when as a third baseman if you can cut this off. But you can't afford to do that. The shortstop is going to make that play more times than not, and you want to cut off everything you can as a third baseman, but you have to be sure.
And now back to the top of the order, and Shin-Soo Choo. Threatening the bunt, taking outside, ball one. Choo singled to left softly in front of Rosario. Got as far as third base in the first inning. On the outside corner. Paraphrasing Paul Molitor, Nolasco has been the type of guy that this year isn't going to dominate you from start to start. Popped up left field, should be playable for Rosario. One away. He's not going to have a string of 3 or 4 starts where he's only giving up 1 or 2 earned runs over that stretch. But I think he can be the type of pitcher he has become this year, where, okay, 6, 7 innings maybe, couple of earned runs. Not going to whitewash anybody, but he'll give his team a chance to win. And boy, if you can do that for your team, whoever it is, whether it's a last place team or a first place team, you have an awful lot of value.
Well, I would say that has characterized Ricky Nolasco's pitching performance so far in this first half. He's given his team a chance to win most every time he's gone out there. And you're right, he's not Max Scherzer. I mean, he's not a guy that's going to just blow everybody away, not Strasburg and not a Kershaw. But there aren't too many of those kind of guys. You have to you have 5 starters, and you're just hoping they can give you a chance to win, and he's done that.
And he's given off the impression, I think, around baseball that A, he's healthy for the first time, completely healthy for the first time in 3 years. And as much because of that as anything else, he can execute his pitches. He's always been a guy who's known, I think, what he wants to do out there. You talked about hitters having a plan at the plate. I think Nolasco has had a plan out there. It's just for health reasons perhaps, and maybe some other reasons he hasn't executed his pitches. And now I think we've seen a lot more execution this year.
There's no question about that. He's been much better with command of the fastball.
Tap foul, 2-2.
He's always had that one, that really nice curveball that we've seen him throw at different trajectories at a little different speeds already tonight, just into the 3rd inning. Get a really good idea of how good his breaking stuff is. The big difference for him has been able to spot the fastball much better this year than we've seen in the past. And you're right, I think that is very much an injury or a non-injury issue.
Dribbled up the line, foul. I had only seen the man pitch in person once prior to the Twins signing him, and that's when he pitched against the Twins in the split doubleheader when he was still with the Marlins. And he went about his business that night, pretty much stuck it to the Twins. And we've seen, I think, a very businesslike approach, very professional approach, to the point where I can imagine Terry Ryan would get, if he hasn't already, get some calls on Nolasco, with contending teams looking to round out their rotation. Popped up, foul, and out of play. If you're a contending team and it's July and you've got some pitching issues, we've described the Rangers as a team having some starting pitching issues. They are not the only one. What you'd be looking for first and foremost is a veteran pitcher who's healthy, who knows what he's doing out there, and I think Nolasco fits that bill. 2-2 with 1 away.
Another characteristic of Ricky starts this year is he's been hard luck in terms of run support. Happens that seems to happen to at least one guy on every staff. There's one guy that whenever he pitches, his teammates with bats in their hands don't get him any run or very many, and that's sort of been the case with Ricky this year. I think he's pitched better than his record would indicate.
Centeno with a quick trip to the mound. This will be pitch number 8 in this at bat coming to Desmond. Two and 2. And now inside 3 and 2. Odor on deck. Runner goes, and the pitch chopped over the mound. And Dozier bare hands and doesn't get anything on the throw. With the ball running, falling out of his hand, he flipped it towards first, and the ball went into the Ranger dugout. Dozier never got a grip on the baseball, and even if he'd been able to make a quick snap throw, I'm not sure he would have gotten Desmond anyway. But an error will be charged, allowing Desmond to go to second base.
Well, a high chopper here with Desmond's speed. I don't think Bryant has any chance of getting him, and probably an ill-advised flip over there to first base after it's all said and done.
Single for Desmond, and an error. So a ball trickled off the webbing of Sano's glove for a hit. Now a chopper over the mound and an error. Second and third, one away for Odor, who lined out to Santana in the first. Outside, ball 1. '50th pitch of the night coming for Ricky Nolasco. On the ground, Mauer will watch the tying run score and get out number 2. Chirinos comes in from third base. It's 2 apiece.
When you're a pitcher and you have some funky stuff happen behind you, like the ball off of Sano's glove and that high chopper that was going to be an infield hit anyway and then turned into a second and third, you really are just thinking about mitigating the damage as best you can. Keep the ball in the ballpark. If you can get out of this with just 1 run, you've done great. Even if the runner on third scores because of circumstances, not too bad. You got a chance to come back.
Off the glove of Nunez and into left field, and the Rangers take the lead. A soft line drive. And it looked like it kept hooking away from Nunez, and Beltre drives in the second run of the inning.
Nunez really thinking that he ought to come up with this ball. It would have been a really nice play, but it's one that I think he can make. Has to lay out to get it. The ball goes off his glove, and he just doesn't come up with it. As I said, it would have been a very nice play, but I think Eduardo really felt like he could have made that play.
Soft line drive for a base hit. Couple of Ranger runs, and now Fielder takes strike 1.
So those 2 runs score and on balls that could have been outs. And the pitcher just needs to mitigate the damage. They scored kind of cheaply. Let's hold it right there at 3-2. Get your guys here swinging again.
And a big swing and a miss, 0-2. Get the sense that if the Rangers are going to hang on and win their division, they'll have to upgrade their starting pitching and get this guy going. Off to a very slow start, and he's picked it up a little bit lately, but the average still way below where it should be. Over 300 at bats now. And just 8 home runs. goes fishing, strikes out. The Rangers get 3 hits and a couple of runs to take their first lead, 3-2. By Coors Banquet on this date back in 2002. Despite chance of let them play from the sellout crowd at Miller Park, baseball commissioner Bud Selig declared the 73rd All-Star game a 7-7 tie after 11 innings. No player is selected to receive the first Ted Williams Most Valuable Player award, named in honor of the Red Sox legend who died 5 days earlier. I was at that game. I paid for a ticket. I submitted my refund and have not gotten my refund yet from Major League Baseball. I don't like my chances of getting it back. Actually, if you were to have an MVP in a tie game, Torrey Hunter would have won it. That was the game where he robbed Barry Bonds of a home run in the first inning. Here is Rosario. 1-2.
We'll see if the Twins can take advantage of Kyle Lohse here. I don't think the Ranger manager Jeff Bannister had 73 pitches here at the first batter in the fourth in mind when he sent Lohse out.
And Rosario cracks a single to right to lead off the fourth. Eddie's bat starting to pick up a little bit now. A double in the second, single in the fourth. That'll bring up Centeno. August 9th is North Dakota State University night at Target Field. I've been reminded that a limited number of NDSU theme night ticket packages are available that include a game ticket and a green and gold Twins cap. We've been calling it a green and yellow Twins cap, but folks up there, understandably want us to get it right. It's green and gold. Learn more at twinsbaseball.com/NDSU or call 800-33-TWINS. Centeno pops up first pitch, left center field. And Desmond with the catch, one away. That'll bring up Danny Santana.
Center fielder Danny Santana.
Santana reached on a fielder's choice his first time up. Squaring to bunt, taking a ball. Twins have tried to bunt a lot lately. They just haven't bunted successfully. Trying to bunt for hits, trying to sacrifice bunt, squeeze bunt. And Rosario back to the bag.
For all the good plans that they've had as hitters going up against various pitchers, every game they have as I mentioned, I think have a real good idea of what they're trying to do. When they've been especially trying to bunt for hits, their plans haven't been too good in my view. See a lot of guys trying to bunt tough pitches, See a lot of guys running before they get the ball down. I always go back to the 3 years I spent hitting in front of Rod Carew and watching the magician that he was and bunting for hits. And he looked like he was doing it in batting practice. It looked like he didn't care if the whole ballpark knew he was going to bunt. He would get a good pitch and he would stay absolutely still until he got the ball down, then he'd run.
And now up and away, 3-0. Loesch approaching 80 pitches. Sometimes we're probably as guilty as anybody of see a guy with who has a leg speed and gets a few bunt hits and we label him a good bunter when in fact they're not good bunters. They just outrun some of their bunts. Carlos Gomez to me was a terrible bunter, but he outran a lot of his bunts. He would bunt in situations where it was totally inappropriate. But if he would put it down on the ground, he had the leg speed to beat a lot of them out. Runner goes and the pitch hit to left center toward the gap. Mazara chasing it. He won't get there. High off the wall. It stays at the ballpark. An important factor because that will allow Rosario to score. It nearly bounced out over the 390 mark.
Yeah, great point. And Rosario got a great read as he was rounding second. He could see that Mazara was not going to get to the ball and put his head down and was flying around. Good swing by Danny. The ball down and away, goes with it. A lot of life in that bat. This relatively smaller guy, but we'll see Rosario was off with the pitch and made an early decision that Mazara wasn't going to be able to get to that ball, and so he scores easily.
Fox Tracks was presented by Jeep, and now the game is tied. And Chirinos to the mound. 80 pitches. And Loesch has recorded 10 outs. Twins have had at least one hit in every inning. Nunez is 0 for 2. Ball one. One and 0 to the Twins shortstop. Santana to third. The pitch lifted foul down the right field line. Looked like Santana had a pretty good jump.
He did have a good jump.
Last night, Eduardo Nunez stole second, and then on the very next pitch, stole third. And outside. 1-1. 2-1.
I really like Paul Molitor's attitude of the way he manages games. He's got a team that is going to be, or at least on pace to be, one of the top home run hitting teams in Twins history, and yet he's running with abandon.
Scalded down the line, deep to left. Gone, a home run. The 100th home run for the Twins on the season. No doubter once we established it was going to stay fair.
Well, he stays hot. He stays absolutely hot, and you can't hang a breaking ball to Eduardo Nunez. He just is absolutely confident in his approach right at the plate right now. I've mentioned before, he stays in the middle of the diamond with his approach and hits the ball all over the field. And if you hang a breaking ball to him, you throw him a breaking ball strike like that, he is not going to be out of position to hit it. He's going to be right on it.
As quickly as the Twins get back the lead, they retake it. And Mauer, who's had a great history against Loesch, stands in. First pitch fouled away. Taken low, 1-1. No activity in the Ranger bullpen. And again, that's an admission of what's been going on with the Rangers the last week in their starting pitching. Under other circumstances, Loesch has had a very rough go of it here. He's given up 5 earned runs and only picked up 10 outs. But they have had a week and a half now of very short starts. And now Mauer lifts it high to left. Going back is Mazara, short of the track. And there's out number 2.
Well, as I mentioned, you're just not going to be able to throw Eduardo Nunez a breaking ball right there in the middle of the zone. And it was even in on him just a little bit for some extra good measure, and he put a charge in it. He's not going to miss that one.
And now Miguel Sano called out on strikes in the first, and he grounded a single to right in the third. Outside, ball 1. And a strike at the knees. Two and 1. Toward the hole, off the glove of Andres, and Sano has his second hit, and that'll bring up Dozier. David Ortiz, Bryce Harper, Mike Trout, all the baseball superstars will be there. A primetime event Tuesday night, the MLB All-Star Game from San Diego. Tuesday at 6:30 p.m. Central, only on Fox. Last time they had the All-Star Game there in San Diego was 1992. I've mentioned that I went to that All-Star Game, and the highlight of that All-Star Game for me, I ended up stumbling into an interview room, and it was just me and Ted Williams.
Oh, man.
And I spent 10 minutes talking with Mr. Williams, and I wanted to ask him baseball questions. And once he found out I was an outdoorsman, all he wanted to talk about were the lakes of Minnesota and whether I fished this lake, whether I fished that lake. Strike 1 to Brian Dozier.
See what Brian can do here with Kyle Loesch. He just, whereas Eduardo Nunez got a breaking ball that he didn't miss. He hit it in the seats. Brian got one, had a real good swing at one, just missed his last time up. Got under a little bit.
Now some activity in the pen. Alex Claudio warming up. Outside. And we talked about the Rangers' difficulty getting effective starting pitching, and as we all know, and we know it too well, that has an immediate impact on your bullpen. Claudio here just because he's a relatively fresh arm, and the Rangers are trying to find a way to get through tomorrow afternoon's game. A high fly center field. Desmond going back, still going back, and on the track he makes the catch. The Twins strike for 3, an RBI double by Santana, and a 2-run home run by Nunez, and they lead by a pair. Fox Sports North is presented by CenturyLink. Switch to CenturyLink Prism TV for an advanced TV experience. Learn more at cprismtv.com. And by Budweiser. This Bud's for you. And Ricky Nolasco stick to another 2-run lead. Delivering strike one to Nomar Mazara. Elvis Andrus and Mitch Moreland will follow. And now 0-2. Wow. That's a fan right there. And the good news is he's going to San Diego. Maybe not. Fans didn't do that when you played, did they? Shave their back on the letters of their favorite players. I mean,
you know, I've never seen that before, and I can tell you I would have been okay if I'd never had.
I'm just imagining the greatest Paul Thormansgaard fan ever.
How about
and whether he would do that or she.
How about John Candelaria?
Right. 2-2. Hey, we get started late. It was supposed to be an 8:10 start, and it ended up starting a little more than an hour after that. But it's going to be party time. You got some money.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. I know. I can pick them.
We had a little pool, Twins broadcast pool, as to who would hit the 100th home run this year. And congratulations, you picked a winner.
Well, I picked Eduardo Nunez, and my only disappointment was I really was kind of thinking he might lead off the game with one, but that was worth the wait.
Now, you being in the investment business, I know you'll probably take your winnings and invest it wisely.
Absolutely.
All 10 bucks of it. Here's Andrus, and there's strike one.
I'm most likely going to invest it in some beverages for my partners here.
And strike two.
I think that gesture will pay dividends.
Partners.
Well, I mean, just all maybe the participants. And oh, you want me to
chopper up the middle, backhanded. Dozier with a nice play. Throw him out.
Good play right there.
Brian Dozier with a leaping snag over the bag. And then he threw out a speedy runner at first.
So a leaping snag and then a leaping throw and a little turnabout for Elvis Andrus. There's a great extension, catch, and throw in one motion. Terrific play. Watch it again. Very athletic. And, of course, Brian with that really good arm from all kinds of different positions. Not a lot of guys can make that throw right there. Terrific play.
And now Mitch Moreland.
Andrus has done his fair share of robbing guys of hits in the middle of the field.
Down and in ball one. Even though Nolasco ran into some tough luck and struggled a little bit in the third inning, this will be just his 65th pitch, hoping to wrap up the bottom of the fourth here shortly. Pulled foul.
It was tough luck for Ricky in that inning, in that third inning. But he mitigated the damage very, very well, gave his team a chance to come back and grab the lead.
Moreland with a swing and a miss. And now outside 2-2. Mentioned it, teams to get into that last weekend before the All-Star break. Everybody's a little run down, but the Rangers have really had a tough grind. Be 37 games in 38 days when they wrap up schedule tomorrow afternoon.
Well, it just really exacerbates the pitching problem,
Yeah,
too. You know,
yeah.
they play every day, going out there every day, 37 games in 38 days, and pitchers are giving them 5 innings or less, the starters in this last couple of weeks.
And now up and away 3-2. And now the 70th pitch upcoming for Ricky Nolasco. Deep to center. Santana back. And now over. And he can't make the play. Moreland to second with a double. A 2-out double, and that'll bring Chirinos to the plate. Another ball where it looked like a play could have been made, but wasn't.
Danny's still learning to play the outfield. He's done really an admirable job for a shortstop turned outfielder that really hasn't played that often. And one thing that I've noticed, you see a 3-2 pitch, middle, that Moreland hits pretty well. Danny tends to drift a little bit on the ball rather than getting back to the wall. It's understandable that he hasn't been full speed on the warning track. Really good outfielders know exactly how many strides they've got. It's generally on the warning track. It's generally 1, 2, and leap into the fence in terms of steps at full speed. And Danny's not quite there yet in terms of how he's learned to go back on the ball.
And now Nolasco's got to face one more batter. It's Chirinos, who singled and scored in the third.
Yeah, he's been very good side to side. He's been very good coming in. He's thrown very, very well. He's been a good find for them as the super utility player.
Last night, Buxton, as good as he is, I think Byron would
Right.
be the first person to tell you. He should have caught that ball before he collided into the fence. Two and one. In Buxton's case last night, it was the third time in a week, twice at Target Field, where he ran into the same spot on the wall. Now, two different outfield fences, twice against the chain link fence by the bullpen area at Target Field, and then here the padded wall. And Byron told me today that the knee problem that he experienced last night actually started with that second collision at Target Field when he, jammed his knee up against that chain link fence, and he felt something in it then, and it really aggravated it yesterday.
He hit the same spot on his knee last night. Yep.
And now Centeno to the mound. Neil Allen back with the club. Great to see him back after missing about a month and a half. 2-1. Out in front of the changeup. 2-2. Chirinos grounded a single off the glove of Sano at third base, leading off the third inning. Up high, and it's 3-2. Chu on deck.
Well, this is the out that Ricky wants right here. This is a big pitch in the ball game, I think. He really wants to get Chirinos out here and not pitch to Chu with two guys on.
Three and two to the Texas catcher. That's deep to left, down the line, but foul.
Chirino's had some power. He's only hitting .203, but he's got 8 home runs, and as you see right there, he can stumble into them. Guy's a hitter in the big leagues. He's got a chance to do some damage. The 203 hitters, the guys that hit low 200s, you have to pitch them like real good hitters, and they'll stay down there at 200. But if you don't pitch them like good hitters, they'll hurt you.
To right center field. Kepler is there to make the catch. A scoreless bottom of the 4th. The Twins lead by a pair thanks to a nice play by Brian Dozier behind the second base bag. Home games, and we've got them coming up right out of the break. Bring your Circle Me signs, and if you get circled, you might find yourself in the Minnesota Lottery winner circle, where you could win $100 worth of lottery scratch-off tickets courtesy of the Minnesota Lottery. Now top of the 5th, and Max Kepler will lead things off. Strike one, now ball one. Kepler, Vargas, and Rosario. Kepler drew a walk in the 3rd, grounded out in the 2nd. Two and one. This will be pitch number 100 for Kyle Lohse, and he does not have it out in the 5th inning. And now the trainer is coming out. Oh my goodness. Just what Jeff Bannister needed. Saw the trainer and Doug Brocail, the pitching coach. And Lohse, who had to pay his dues again. And now Jose Leclerc warming up, and he's going to give it a warm-up toss here. Pitching at AAA, not pitching particularly well. And Lohse is going to try to stay in the ball game here. And unless he can complete the 5th inning, and that's very much in doubt right now, it'll be 8 straight games where the Rangers have not gotten 6 innings from their starter. Popped up, back and out of play. And I was unable to distinguish from Loesch's actions out on the mound what the issue is. He was kind of tugging at his right belt line, but that could mean nothing, or it could mean it's maybe an oblique. A deep drive to right field. Heading to the corner is Chu, and now plenty of room to make the catch. One down, and that'll bring up Kenny Vargas.
Designated hitter Kenny Vargas.
Did you see anything?
I couldn't tell either. No, I was looking. I was trying to figure out if he was going to give any indication, but I certainly didn't see anything.
Vargas with a walk and a run scored, and then he struck out in the third. Strike one. That's a fair ball and a nice pickup by Moreland, and he gets the ball to Loesch, short of the bag, 2 away. Vargas with a hard 2-hopper, but Moreland turns in a nice play, 2 away. Carsoup.com trivia question. I'm going to go with Torrey Hunter.
I'm going to go with Justin Morneau.
11 times Morneau had hit a home run in a Twins uniform here.
I can remember him going way, way back in those right field seats a few times.
There's a drive to right
Speaking
field
of way
off
back.
the bat of Rosario into the second deck. Second home run of the night, and the Twins lead it 6-3.
You could just see, and Dick, you mentioned it, Eddie Rosario starting to come around, and all it really took, I think, for this young man was to get that feeling back again, get a couple of hits. And all of a sudden, the fastballs that he'd been swinging and missing, he no longer missed or fouled back. He put a charge in this one. That's where this ball goes, up in the second deck. That's a homer.
And now Centeno takes strike one. And Rosario with a double, a single, and a home run. And you know what that means. He's a triple short of the cycle. One and one.
Well, what I like about it the most is that the Twins didn't let Kyle Loesch and the Rangers starting pitching situation get away from him. Loesch, a lot of pitches early. Manager Bannister not really able to take him out because of the situation that they have found themselves in with starting pitching, not going very far. The overworked bullpen, he had to stay out there. You catch a team and a pitching staff and a particular pitcher limping like that, you just have to jump on him. You couldn't let him get away with throwing all those pitches and not jumping out to at least a 3-run lead.
2-2 now to Centeno. And an off-speed pitch strikes him out. Loesch gives the Rangers 5, but the Twins touch him for 6. Pepsi fans of the game, and this Twins lineup has been a fun lineup to watch in recent weeks. Now a 6-3 lead over the Rangers, and the Rangers will hit in the bottom of the 5th against Ricky Nolasco. Shin-Soo Choo to start things off, and Nolasco, as he has done so much more regularly this year, gets ahead, hitting a corner, and it's 0-1. Choo, Desmond, and Odor, and now 2 strikes.
Good start to this inning, and this batter by Ricky Nolasco. I think it's very, very important that Nolasco get the team off the field with no runs right here. His team is spotted into a 6-3 lead. This is the 3rd time through the lineup for Ricky. Don't let him put a number up after your team has put up a couple of numbers here in the last 2 innings.
3 runs allowed, only 2 of them earned, and it's 0-2 to Choo. On the ground, Bauer smothers it, goes to the bag, 1 away. You can follow Twins baseball live with the MLB.com at-bat app. Customize at-bat to feature the Twins. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast news, and more. Plus, subscribe to at-bat Premium to get the MLB.tv game of the day, radio broadcasts, in-game highlights, enhanced game day features, and more. 1 down in the 5th, and now Ian Desmond. A couple of singles, a run scored. Ball 1. And now 2-0. Again, Nolasco and Desmond squared off many times before. Desmond with 7 hits and 21 at-bats against Nolasco. And now a strike. As you progressed through your career, whether it was Clemens later in your career or some pitcher that you regularly saw, big pop-up left side, so no, we'll wait for it. 2 down. Did you feel more comfortable against that pitcher? And in any way did you feel like you had an advantage the more you saw a pitcher, say, after 20 at-bats?
Oh, absolutely. Even if you didn't have a lot of success against a certain guy, the more you saw him, the more familiarity you have, the more comfortable you are. There's no question about it.
2 down, and now Rougned Odor. Up and away, ball 1.
I mean, there are certain guys you were never comfortable. I mean, Nolan Ryan, never ever comfortable. Vida Blue, never ever comfortable. But at least you know what's coming. He said, well,
lazy fly to center, and Santana has it measured. Really good inning for Ricky Nolasco, a 1-2-3 5th. He got through the inning throwing just 10 pitches. Bullpen early again. We'll tell you about that in a moment. But first, our Toyota key stat. Only the Dodgers have had more bullpen work done by the relief pitchers since July 2nd than the Rangers. And Leclerc will be the first reliever tonight. Dodgers, of course, going to have to go a while without Clayton Kershaw. And you can see Leclerc's numbers: 2 2/3 innings, facing 11 batters so far, just 1 hit allowed.
Yeah, just called up and pitched in Boston on July 6th. Struck out 4 guys in 2 innings.
Here's Danny Santana, RBI double and a run scored his last time up. Ball 1 and then to the backstop. Loesch gave the Rangers everything he had and may have suffered an injury in the process, but he got through the 5th inning. But this is now the 8th game in a row where the Rangers forget quality starts. They haven't gotten the 6 innings. They haven't met the first qualification for a quality start. 109 pitches for Loesch and 62 strikes. 1-1 to Santana. Two and 1. Santana, Nunez, and Mauer in the Twins' 6th. Three and 1. Twins have been there. They know what this is like. Rangers will get no sympathy from the Twins. And a 5-pitch walk will send Santana to first base.
There's no sympathy in baseball.
And that'll bring up Nunez.
Shortstop Eduardo Nunez.
The third team in the West, the Seattle Mariners, just kind of floating around at 500 or slightly above. And if they can get Felix Hernandez and Taijuan Walker back, they can become a factor. And Twins know all about the importance of staying around the 500 mark. It was just last year the Twins were able to do that all year long and found themselves in contention until the last weekend of the year. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Nunez cranked a 2-run home run to left in the 4th inning. Drive to right. Chu makes the catch of the line drive, 1 away. And that'll bring up Mauer. Mauer 1 for 3.
First baseman Joe Mauer.
Against his former battery mate, Kyle Loesch.
It's interesting to me the way the Rangers are defending Joe Mauer, especially in the outfield. They're playing him about as straight away in the outfield as any team that I've seen. We've seen big shifts by the left fielder and center fielder toward the left field line against Joe, and the Rangers not so much.
Well, we saw that last weekend, and it was startling because teams typically have played Joe the other way. And it's not based on Joe suddenly pulling the ball or anything like that.
Well, there's two pieces to all of the scouting information that they get. It's where a hitter hits the ball against everybody, and then it's where a hitter hits the ball against a particular team's pitching staff.
Right.
The Rangers clearly are seeing something a little less drastic to left field from Joe against Ranger staff than others.
And now in the dirt. And then too, stands to reason you'd be more apt to shift if your pitching staff was functioning properly, and if your pitching staff can function pitches, you know, the pitches you're intending to throw in terms of location and all that. And that's not the case with the Rangers.
Yeah, that's a pretty good point. I mean, right now, I don't think Jeff Bannister and Doug Brookhill know where any pitcher is going to throw any pitch necessarily.
2-1. Tomorrow afternoon's game starts at 2 o'clock. Weather permitting, we expect a clear day tomorrow. Starting this game tonight, an hour and 5 minutes later than scheduled, and it was scheduled at 8:10 Central Time. And Mauer takes a walk. Santana will go to second.
I actually think the players are not hoping for a clear day tomorrow. I think they're hoping for a cloudy day tomorrow.
No rain.
No rain.
No one wants rain tomorrow.
It's not supposed to rain tomorrow, I don't think, and could see some clouds, which would help. It's going to be a little warm.
Here is Sano. A couple of singles, one to right, one to left. Again, he played half a year, roughly last year. He's played less than half a year this year because of his hamstring issue. So he still has not had his 500th big league at bat. In less than 500 at bats, 32 home runs. And they throw to second. Santana back easily. I'd like to get something here. The Rangers have handed the game over to the bullpen, and Leclerc's walked 2. Strike on the outside corner.
I'd especially like to get something here, but playing in the Rangers' home ballpark where they've been so good, and they've also been very, very good scoring runs in the late innings here. Well, in every ballpark, but especially here. You can never have too many runs.
1-1. The only team in the league that's lost fewer games at home than the Rangers, the Kansas City Royals. Rangers came into the game with a record of 29-13 here.
Those are the kind of numbers that help you win a division. That's for sure.
Check to swing. 2-1. The Royals, conversely, are 16-30 on the road. The Royals won again today at home, beating Seattle 5-3.
Generally speaking, the teams that win a division play really, really well at home and hold serve on the road. Play very close to 500 ball on the road. That's generally the recipe.
You guys didn't exactly follow that recipe.
We did not follow that in '87. Nope, we did not. But we did follow the 1A recipe, and that is the team that's closest to you, beat them like a drum. And we beat Oakland like crazy that year.
Fouled back Sano with a good swing. And Twins fans will remind non-Twins fans that as bad as the road record was in '87, You guys clinched the division on the road here
Right
at
here,
the old ballpark.
At the old ballpark.
You clinched the American League Championship on the road at Tiger Stadium.
Right.
2-2 to Miguel Sano. And a fly ball down the right field line near the pole again. And out of play. Foul back. We saw it here 2 nights ago and again tonight. Fans a little disinterested, trying to start the wave.
Look at this pitch right here. Sano gets a hanger. Just misses it.
And he'll get another 2-2. Got a swinging strike 3. 2 down. And that'll bring up Brian Dozier. Out over the plate, out over the plate. And then this sinker down and in.
Yeah,
it looked like.
pretty live arm by Leclerc here. Good fastball. Got a little movement in.
Wasn't down at all.
But basically just threw it by Sano.
And now Dozier. And trying to take advantage of the 2 walks given them here in the 6th. Be the 20th pitch for Leclerc. Dozier with 3 outfield flies, 1 to left, 2 to center. Taken low, ball 1. Two and 0.
So Brian's going to be sitting fastball here. I can guarantee you that. He's going to be looking for the ball middle in. Looking fastball speed. He's never seen it. In fact, has not seen fastball speed from Leclerc. Let's see if he can identify it and get the bat head out on this one. He's going to be cheating a little bit. Got a breaking ball.
Another off-speed pitch missing.
Yeah, actually, good take by Brian there. In a fastball count to get a slider like that from somebody he hadn't seen before, it's a pretty good take.
A base is open, but it's third base, and Kepler's on deck.
It's a good situation for Brian too. I don't know that Paul might give him the 3-0 hit sign right here, but if Brian takes this pitch, at least if he gets a fastball, he can judge the speed.
Off the plate, a 4-pitch walk. 3 walks in the inning. And Kepler will come up with the bases loaded. First a trip to the mound from Doug Brocail. Seen Kepler take some bases loaded walks, and while he hasn't been productive in all his RBI situations, he's had enough of them to the point where I think we've seen him look a lot more relaxed at the plate in a game-breaking situation like this.
Well, that's absolutely true. There were times, his first time up, when he really looked wide-eyed and had no plan at the plate. And since he has come back since June the 1st, he's just gotten more and more comfortable with each at bat, and especially with guys on base.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Boy, did I love that. Don't really know a guy very much. You don't know what his fastball looks like, what the speed is. You're up there with the bases loaded. He throws you a fastball and it's a ball. Now you're heading the count. You know the fastball speed. Advantage hitter.
rocket to first, and Moreland makes the catch. Kepler hitting a bullet toward the right field corner, but Moreland intercepted it. The Twins leave the bases full.
Great swing with the bases loaded. Wrong direction.
I think that overall, his first half has been more consistently competitive. I think that for whatever reason, you know, we talked about a couple of years ago and transitioning up here and kind of being a part of a 2014 season that wasn't particularly good in terms of results and injuries for him. And last year he had some of those same battles to overcome. But, you know, he has more starts than anybody on our team. He's taken the ball pretty much every 5 days. You know, he's not a guy who's going to go out there and throw shutout after shutout or anything. He's just a guy that knows how to pitch.
We were alluding to those comments from the manager a couple innings ago in Nolasco with a 1-1 count to Beltre, then Fielder and Mazzara. Fouled back. You know, Nolasco had been around for a while before the Twins signed him. And one of the reasons they signed him is he's, you know, a veteran guy and kind of gave off the aura that he knew what he was doing out there. But if you're physically unable to do that and execute your pitches, well then, unless you've got overpowering stuff, you don't stand much of a chance.
Right.
And what we've seen from this year, or from Nolasco this year, is a guy who knows what he's doing out there and is able to execute a game plan.
For the most part he has, and I think Paul summed it up very well. He said for the most part he's been more consistently competitive.
And a liner to left off the bat of Beltre. Leadoff single here in the sixth.
Not a well executed pitch there, however, a high fastball that Beltre likes up there, up around his eyes. But for the most part, Ricky has been competitive and given his team a chance to win. That's another way of saying what Paul was saying.
And now Prince Fielder, a grounder to first and a strikeout. Fielder's had more than his share of success against Nolasco. 3 for 12 now, but 2 home runs and 5 walks. Ball 1. Nolasco actually gave the Twins 4 really good starts to start the year. And now 2-0. And Nolasco approaching 100 pitches as Trevor May getting loose behind him in the left center field bullpen.
This is the one thing that we've noticed a little bit with Nolasco is as the game goes on, he approaches 100 pitches, he loses a little bit of command of the strike zone.
Into the right field corner. Here come the Rangers. A base hit. Beltre round second. He'll go to third. In the middle of the Texas lineup, starting a rally in the sixth.
Not a function of falling behind once again. You know, he made a pitch that wasn't the best pitch to Beltre up around his eyes, and then got behind 2-0 to Fielder. And actually lucky this ball stays in the ballpark. Ball right there, Fielder looking for a fastball, getting it. Hammering it to right field, and the Rangers have a rally going here.
And now Nomar Mazara pop up to Dozier and a strikeout swinging. Nolasco had set down 7 of 8 men, the exception being Moreland's deep fly to center that Santana could not make a play on, or did not make a play on. Check swing, ball 1, and he falls behind Mazara.
Again this inning, the job is to limit the damage. Just hold it down as best you can. If the runner on third scores, it's you don't want him to score, but it's obviously not critical. It's one hitter at a time here.
2-0, and Centeno to the mound. Runners on the corners, nobody out. Nolasco given up 3 runs, 2 of them earned. Double play grounder. Dozier to Nunez. Double play, a run scores, 2 away. Just what Ricky Nolasco needed. The 9th ground ball double play that he has induced this year.
Absolutely right. Big pitch. Great job by Nolasco after getting runners on first and third, nobody out. The run does score, but you mitigate the big inning, get your club back in the dugout and swinging the bats again. Hopefully, get one more out here. He's done a really good job.
Andrus the batter. He homered to left in the 2nd, grounded to Dozier in the 4th. Backhanded. Nunez, 1 bounce, 2 bounces, got him. And Nolasco gives up a couple of hits and 1 run, but limits the damage. It's a 6-4 Twins lead. Story of the game with the Twins up 6-4.
Well, the Twins have had their hitting shoes on again. Juan Centeno would single home Eddie Rosario and Kenny Vargas in the 2nd inning. Then Danny Santana would drive in a run with a double. in the third or fourth, and Eduardo Nunez would go deep. And then Eddie Rosario really swinging the bat well, would add the 6th run with a run way back in the second deck in right field. That's where we are right now. Top of the 7th, 6-4 Twins.
Kenny Vargas leading things off. Swing and a miss. 1 strike. Leclerc bobbed and weaved his way through the 6th, issuing 3 walks, but leaving the bases full. Getting Kepler on a line out to end the inning. Popped up over by the tarp. Beltre watches it spin back into the seats. 0-2 to Vargas, then Rosario and Centeno. Vargas, the designated hitter. Byung Ho Park is back in the lineup tonight, or was in Rochester. Missed a couple games because of a sore wrist. Well, the last week or so, the Twins are getting the production from Vargas they were hoping to get from Park. Tap foul.
Kenny, a big, strong hitter from both sides of the plate, swinging it better from the right side right now. Talked with him earlier about how difficult it is for a switch hitter to maintain a good rhythm from both sides.
Driven to right center field. Another hit, and it'll be another extra base hit for Vargas. 6 hits since his call up, and all 6 have gone for extra bases.
And that's his best swing left-handed that he's had this year. As we look at Eddie Rosario coming up, who's also had a terrific night, a single, double, and a home run, looking for a triple.
Got the double taken care of in the 2nd, leadoff single in the 4th, then a second deck home run. And with a runner at 2nd, nobody out, Rosario stands in against Leclerc. Ball 1.
Well, there are some spots in this ballpark that would be triple conducive. That's for sure. There's some corners and some big gaps with Eddie Rosario's speed.
Two and 0. Similar situation, about the same point in the ball game last night. Vargas was at 2nd, and there was a hard ground ball hit behind him, and Vargas tried for 3rd base, and Andres threw him out easily. So we'll see where Rosario puts the ball in play, and whether Vargas learned a lesson last night.
Well, Eddie wants to pull the ball, triple or not. He needs to hit the ball to the right side here.
And Leclerc pitches him away again, 3-0.
And he's done a nice job of getting a good ball on which to do just that. It would be nice to have a triple, obviously a cycle. It's a huge deal, but in a 6-4 ball game on the road here, top of the 7th inning, you want to first play the game correctly.
And now a strike, 3-1. Rosario with just 3 walks with the Twins this year, one of those intentional. Popped up, and it's 3-2. Last year it was Rosario and Sano, and to a lesser extent Buxton making his debut, but still considered a rookie this year. The year before that it was Vargas and Santana. This year it's Buxton and Kepler, and now pretty much they're all here. All the prospects that the Twins have had in their system that we've heard about, with the exception of Jorge Polanco, they're all here. And Rosario just got a piece to keep the at-bat alive. Rosario hoping to have a productive plate appearance here, whether it be via a walk, a ground ball to 2nd, a triple.
All those things would be good.
3-2. And a fly to deep right field. Going back is Chu. That ball is off the base of the wall. Rosario will have a double, and Vargas only gaining third base. Now the ball is booted by Odor, and Vargas will score, and Rosario will get to third base, but with a double and an error charged to Odor. Chu got the ball quickly to him, but he didn't gather it in, and the Twins add at least one more run here in the 7th.
What a game for Eddie Rosario, and what a good at bat. Got the fastball thrown by him earlier, 3-1, gets one more in the middle of the plate, 3-2, and puts another charge in one.
Fox Tracks presented by Carrier.
Sue did not take a good route to that ball at all, obviously, and Rosario the beneficiary there.
Infield in, and Centeno takes high. I tell you what, I mean, that ball could have hit, if it had been hit 3 inches higher, it would have hit the base of the wall and very easily could have kicked away hard away from Chu, allowing Rosario to get his triple. Now the error has been charged to Chu and not the second baseman Odor.
Yeah, that's a tough error for an outfielder. He threw the ball back into the right spot. He just happened to throw it in the ground, and Odor couldn't handle it. Anytime an outfielder throws the ball back, ball hits the ground, and if runner takes another base, it's the outfielder's error. That's just the way it works.
And now down and away, 3-0. Now Leclerc pitched around 3 walks in the 6th, but now he's greeted in the 7th with a pair of doubles. And Centeno will take a walk. 4th walk issued by Leclerc.
Center fielder Danny Centeno.
And Doug Brocail again. A lot of trips to the mound in the 3 games in Minnesota. And in the 3 games here so far. Claudio warming up again. First and third, nobody out. Santana will be the next batter. Four hits for Rosario. Santana with 1 hit and a walk. He also reached in a fielder's choice. Ball 1.
It's really become noticeable in this latest very, very good offensive streak for the Twins lineup how every hitter has gone up there and made pitchers throw balls, good pitches to hit in the strike zone. They're laying off pitches like that. We've seen probably each of the Twins hitters in the lineup today go through streaks where a lot of those pitches would be swung at, put either fouled off or put in play weakly. But they almost to a man are having really good at bats, time in and time out. That's actually a good take by Danny Santana. That's not the ball he wants up there. He's more of a low ball hitter. So with 2-0, laying off this pitch up here, could have been called a ball, but even if it got the top of the strike zone, that's not the one Danny wanted. 2-0, so that's a good take.
2-1. Three and 1 with Nunez on deck. Tough times for Jeff Bannister. Tapper right side. And a run will score. And now Centeno. And a run down. And a double play. Coming in from third is Rosario. And given how this inning started, the Rangers might be doing a decent job of limiting the damage here in the top of the seventh.
That was actually a very nice base running play by Centeno, not running into an easy double play and getting another run for the Twins. He played that very, very well. Put on the brakes when Odor was going to tag him and get an easy double play there. Backpedaled enough that forced Odor to throw to first to get the speedy Santana. And then it removed the force play. They had to tag Centeno out. In the meantime, Rosario could score. So nice little base running job by Centeno there.
Nunez swings and misses. 11 hits for the Twins, 2 home runs, and the biggest hit was a home run off of or by Nunez with a man aboard in the 4th inning. One and one. Up the middle, Odor has a play. And that ends it. Couple of doubles, couple of runs for the Twins, and they lead it 8-4. With the Twins in front in Game 3, we bring you God Bless America.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Will you please rise and direct your attention now to the area behind home plate and welcome back One Voice. In honor of all the veterans who have served our country and the servicemen and women who are currently stationed at home and around the world, One Voice will now perform God Bless America.
From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
in the bottom of the 7th. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Minnesota Twins, LLC.
6 innings for Ricky Nolasco. Now the 7th will be handed to Trevor May.
Trevor May back from a stint on the disabled list and back from a rehab assignment in AAA where he was working on some new mechanics, and this will be, I think, his 3rd or 4th outing, still working on some things that he felt like were a little bit off before he got hurt, so we'll see how he's coming along.
3rd outing since coming off the DL and rehab assignment. 2 innings, 1 hit, no walks, 2 strikeouts. .92-mile-per-hour fastball backed up by a 75-mile strike 2. 0-2. Check swing. I think he went. No, says third base umpire Adam Hammery. 1-2. .99 pitches for Ricky Nolasco, 64 strikes, and a quality start with 3 earned runs allowed over 6 innings. Fouled into the camera well by the Texas dugout. Moreland, Chirinos, and Chu scheduled here in the Texas 7th. Twins handed over a lead, albeit just a 1-run lead, to the bullpen in the 6th inning last night. Ryan Presley gave up a couple of runs, and that was the turning point in the ball game. And a Tapper foul. One and 2 to the leadoff man in the Texas 7th. The fastball got him. 94. Down and away. 1 down.
The catcher, Robinson Chirinos.
And that'll bring up Chirinos.
Yeah, good fastball here by Trevor May. Ball had some movement running away from Mitch Moreland. 94 on the corner with a little movement. That's generally a pretty good pitch.
Chirinos singled and scored, and then lined out to Kepler to wrap up the 4th inning. And Chirinos nearly got hit by a pitch. Ball 1. On the outside corner. Talked about it when Trevor pitched the other day. The mechanical adjustment has nothing to do with his upper half at all. It's a matter of shortening his stride over time as he transitioned from starter to reliever. Even last year, he found himself unconsciously extending his stride, trying to gain more velocity. And it got to the point this year where he created some back problems, and he'll tell you that he feels better now than he did at any point going back to spring training this year. Bouncer left side picked off by Sano. 2 down. You can run or skate in the RBC Race for the Kids Minnesota Half Marathon and 6K, benefiting Ronald McDonald House Charities Upper Midwest, Saturday, August 6th. For more details, visit foxsportsnorth.com and click on upcoming events.
The other thing that shortening a pitcher's stride will do will make it easier for him to get on top of the baseball with his hand and his wrist and throw, as Bert would say, that on the more of a downward plane. If you're striding out a long way, very difficult for your be able to get your hand and upper arm up above your shoulder and throw downhill, you tend to, I think Bert would say, you tend to push it a little bit. That, generally speaking, is why you throw up in the strike zone. And if Trevor is able to continue to find comfort in a shorter stride, he ought to be able to start locating his pitches a lot better, which obviously going to be a big help.
And now he misses 3 straight, 3-0. Ball 2 to Choo was a high fastball, and that's what really got Trevor into a lot of trouble. Not that he'd give up a lot of hits on it, but fall behind, and now you got to try to get a little bit more in the strike zone because you don't want to walk people. And there's a strike. And he said, Trevor said that, you know, the back issues that he had really affected everything. He was unable to finish pitches and, you know, bring the ball down and work the lower half of the strike zone rather than the upper half.
Right.
That's a liner to center and a base hit. Choo with his second single, and it comes with 2 outs here in the 7th. And that'll bring up Ian Desmond.
Center fielder Ian Desmond.
Desmond with a pair of singles, a run scored. Strike at the knees, 93 miles per hour. Trevor, trying to describe where he's at right now, basically said it's kind of a mind game for him. He's got to convince himself that the velocity is there. 93 upstairs, and Desmond chases. And you have to trust that the velocity is there, and then remind yourself to shorten your stride a little bit and not try to throw the ball too hard out there. 0-2 to Desmond.
That's really true, and I really believe that location is going to be the biggest thing for Trevor May going forward. For him to become a real star in this league on the mound, I really think is going to be a matter of finding the ability to locate, much more so than finding extra velocity or coming up with you know, the big curveball.
1-2. And a breaking ball got him. And May pitches a scoreless 7th. And we head to the 8th with the Twins up by 4. Struggling with the Pirates picking up a game now, 6.5 games back in the National League Central. And good timing for the Pirates because they've gotten hot as the Cubs have cooled off. And it doesn't look like the race is over with. Don't forget about the Cardinals either. Joe Mauer will lead off the 8th inning against Alex Claudio. Down and in, ball 1. Twins getting their first look at Claudio. And a strike, 1-1.
And we've seen 2 pitches from Claudio, and I would venture to say that we can call that a one of the funkier deliveries.
Breaking ball away, and it's 2-1.
When it comes set, I really kind of wonder what he's looking at toward first base with nobody on. So look over there, make sure nobody's still on first.
Bouncer to short. And Andrus across the way, 1 away.
Third baseman Miguel Sano.
Funky delivery, throws from the side. Looks like he could be tough on left-hand hitters.
Miguel Sano will bat. 2 strikeouts, 2 singles. Twins with 8 runs, and most of the damage being done tonight with the bottom 4 hitters in the lineup. Vargas, Rosario, Centeno, and Santana. The only significant hit, if you will, in the first 5 spots in the batting order is a bouncer to third. Beltre picks it up. The only significant hit from the top 5 batters is Nunez's home run. 2 down in the 8th. If you could join us for Wine, Women, and Baseball, it would be a fun night. Special ticket package includes a Twins stemless wine glass and a pregame hospitality event at Lowe's Minneapolis Hotel. A limited number of ticket packages remain for the July 27th and August 12th events. You can learn more at twinsbaseball.com/WWB or call 800-33-TWINS. Here is Dozier, 0 for 3 with a walk. Strike 1. Oh, 2. Up and away, 1-2. Twins tonight hitting the 100th and 101st home runs of the season. Nunez a 2-run home run. Rosario a solo home run. Rosario will have one more chance, by the way, to complete the cycle. Odor fires to first, gets Dozier. And Claudio has a 1-2-3-8 on 10 pitches. front. Fernando Abad will come into the ball game to pitch to Odor, Beltre, and Fielder. And we've seen Abad's workload being cut back just a little bit lately. He pitched against the Rangers twice in Minnesota, hasn't pitched since. He went a little more than a week between outings toward the end of June. So his last outing was July 3rd. And he'll face Odor, Beltre, and Fielder, a lefty, a righty, and a lefty.
Still good against left-handed pitching, not as dominant as he was early in the year. He had a couple of little down streaks, but still pitching well.
First pitch fouled back. One strike to Odor. An RBI and a ground ball. Out in front of an off-speed pitch, 0-2. Twins put out 2-strike shift on, swinging Sano over to the right side of the infield. And on 3 pitches, Abad puts Odor away.
Good fastball right there. One of the better fastballs velocity-wise and also location-wise that Abad has thrown. Doing that big slow breaking ball and then zip the fastball by him. Good sequence of pitches there to get that first out in the 8th.
And now Beltre. And we're now playing ball on Sunday morning. Strike on the outside corner. This game was scheduled to start at 8:10. It wouldn't have started at 8:10, at 7:10, or 6:10 because it rained pretty much from 5 o'clock till 8:30. So we started at 9:15. And the end result is a little bit different, a little bit shorter delay than we had at Target Field Tuesday night into Wednesday's day game. 1-1 to Beltre, pulled foul. And, you know, that was a tough situation for everybody. The A's were in town, and we had a rain delay before first pitch of 2 hours and 50 minutes, and then the Twins beat the A's. And then I think this is an important thing. They beat the A's again the next day. Irvin Santana with a 2-hit shutout. But this team is not only winning some games, but they're winning some games in some tough situations. And so if they win here tonight, they'll have a chance under similar circumstances to win both games again under difficult circumstances right before the All-Star break.
Well, the sequence of games, the 2 games you're talking about in Minnesota, with a quick turnaround. Noon game the next day after that long rain delay. At least tomorrow it's a 2 o'clock game.
Right.
So a little bit more time, but also a little bit more temperature.
Quite a bit more temperature. Although Wednesday afternoon it was pretty toasty at Target Field.
Yeah, I will tell you that there's best possible thing to happen when you've got a tough situation like that is to have your starting pitcher go out and throw a 2-hit shutout gem.
Right.
That cures a lot of things.
Tommy Milone will start for the Twins tomorrow. A.J. Griffin will try to pitch effectively and pitch a whole bunch of innings for the Rangers. Beltre takes a walk, and that'll bring Fielder to the plate. There's our CenturyLink What's Next, and we will be on at 2 o'clock. The pregame on at 1:30. Tommy Milone against A.J. Griffin. Again, the Rangers have had 8 straight starts now where their starter has not completed 6 innings. A strikeout and a walk to start the bottom of the 8th, and now Fielder takes strike 1. Fielder hooked a single into the right field corner his last time up. Swing and a miss. Centeno with the block. And it's 0-2.
You mentioned it earlier, Fielder's getting better, but it doesn't look like the same really devastating RBI guy yet. Hadn't gotten all the way back.
To right field, that'll hang in the air for Kepler, 2 away.
I agree with you, Dick. I really think that the Rangers lineup, as good as Desmond has been, as good as Beltre is, as good as looks like Mazara is going to be as a young hitter, this lineup is built around Beltre and Fielder being big run producers. And hard to imagine them sustaining this without Fielder becoming 100 RBI guy again this year.
A span of 3 years, 2007, 8, and 9. The man hit 130 home runs.
Well, that span, he was devastating. Devastating run producer.
And so far, albeit injury held him back 2 years ago, the neck thing. And he's only hit 34 home runs. Rua, the pinch hitter, taking ball 1. Mazara had gone 0 for 3, hit into a big double play when Alaska was still in the game and struggling to get through the 6th. 2-0.
Well, Abad, pretty much the left-hand hitter specialist, has gotten the 2 left-handers out, but he's going to have to get through some right-handers here to get out of this inning.
Well, now 3-0. Centeno takes the mask off and walks the ball part of the way toward the mound. Kinsler warming up in the Twins bullpen. (3-0) and a 4-pitch walk, and the pinch hitter Rua will go to first. Beltre to second, and now Elvis Andrus at the plate. Well, Abad has gotten the left-handed batters out and has walked both of the right-handed batters.
And there's nothing that will have a manager grabbing at the roots of his hair any more than his relief pitcher walking guys with a lead in the 7th, 8th, 9th inning.
Here is Andrus, homered earlier in the game. Back in the strike zone with a fastball. On the outside corner, another fastball, and it's 0-2.
Andrus didn't like it. It looked like a pretty good pitch to me. Foxtrot said it was perfect.
0-2 to Andrus. Flipped foul over the Rangers dugout. Haven't seen Abad super slow off-speed pitch yet. To short right field and down for a hit. Mauer with a pickup, And a run will score. Beltre. Now there's nobody picking up the ball, and Andrus will go to second base. Maurer just slipped the ball to the infield. There was nobody there. And the Rangers will get the tying run to the plate. Just a little chip shot. And Maurer retrieved it in short right, just kind of heaved the ball to the grass.
Cued right off the end of the bat by Andrus and just went in the perfect spot. Nobody could get to it. And then Joe just not exactly sure what to do with the baseball, it looked like.
Comes Paul Molitor with Profar announced as the pinch hitter for Moreland. And Kinsler had been warming up, and Abad comes in, and a cheap hit at the end of his stint, but 2 walks setting up a Ranger rally. And it's 8-5, and Kinsler will come in to try to pick up a 4-out save. But a rusty pitcher or one who's been used regularly has got to throw it over, and 2 critical walks. One to Beltre after he got ahead of him, and then a 4-pitch walk to Rua. And Andrus hits one off the end of the bat for a single. 2 men in scoring position, and suddenly a save situation for Brandon Kinsler. Profar the batter. And Profar a much better left-handed batter than right-handed batter, but I think Paul Molitor had simply seen enough of Fernando Abad. Profar was announced, and he would have hit right-handed against Abad. And Kinsler will try to get the Twins out of this emerging mess in the 8th inning. Strike 1. 92 at the knees.
Paul Molitor just deciding he knew what matchup he had. He either had Abad against Profar right-handed, or this one here, Kinsler against Profar left-handed. He opted for this one primarily because he knows Brandon Kinsler's going to throw the ball over the plate. With whatever stuff he's got, it's going to be over the plate. And as I mentioned before, managers just can't abide that walking guys and being wild in the 8th inning. So.
Well, Abad faced 3 right-handed batters and didn't retire a 1. 0-2 quickly to Profar. Dribbled back to the mound. Kinsler with a good throw will end the inning, and he gets the job done quickly on 3 pitches, and will get the assignment of the 3 outs in the ninth. Saturday, July 16th, 1 week from today. It's the championship breakfast celebrating the Twins Hall of Fame. The breakfast will feature a retrospective program featuring 2016 inductees Torrey Hunter and John Gordon, as well as other Twins Hall of Fame members, autographs, photos, and more. It's a great event benefiting the Twins Community Fund that supports youth baseball and softball throughout Twins territory. For more info and to get your tickets to this incredible event, visit twinsbaseball.com/breakfast. Ryan Rua is in left field, and Jurickson Profar is at first base. Max Kepler in the box, and he takes up and in. We saw a contemporary of Torrey's at the hotel last night when we got home. The Troy Hawkins was there, going to visit with Eddie Guardado and some others. 1-0. Kepler takes ball 2. Kepler, Vargas, and Rosario, with the Twins hoping to get the run back that they literally gave the Rangers in the bottom of the 8th. Swing and a miss. Time called. Max Kepler is 23 years old. He turned 23 in February. He doesn't look a day older than age 23, does he? My goodness.
I'd guess 16.
Tap foul. Two and 2 to the leadoff man here in the 9th. Chopped short, actually cut off by Beltre, and he throws him out, 1 down. And that'll bring up Kenny Vargas. Vargas with another hit, his 6th hit since his call up. All 6 have been extra base hits. He's drawn walks, and he's drawn one of those here tonight as well. Ball 1.
Really encouraging at bat his last time up. From, in my view, I think he got a fastball thrown by him, and then pitcher came right back with a fastball, and he drilled it to right center.
2-0.
My concern about Vargas in the past has been whether or not he was going to be able to handle big league fastballs up in the zone. Looked like he was a little bit underneath the ball, especially left-handed, and he was that way on a ball that got thrown by him, and then came right back with a got a fastball pretty much in the same place and drilled it for a double. So that, I thought that was very encouraging.
2-1. Jack to swing and took ball 3. Claudio delivering something 66 miles per hour. On the outside corner, 3-2. Into the right field corner. He'll have another extra base hit. 7 hits since his call up, and if he wanted a triple, he could have tried for it. Unbelievable. 7 hits, and they've all gone for extra bases.
A little slurve that comes to the outside part of the plate. He just goes right with it. That's Just another encouraging sign about how he's maturing as a hitter. That whole at bat, laying off pitches, he told me before the game in the interview that we did that the biggest difference he's made is not swinging at everything just because it comes up there close, but taking pitches that are tough pitches and waiting for mistakes. And he went all the way to 3-2 in that account and then slashed a double down the right field line.
Robbie Grossman in the game as a pinch runner, and here is Rosario. 4 hits, 2 doubles, a single, a home run. He needs a triple for the cycle. He scored 4 times. And there's strike 1. Four for 4. His average has kicked up 23 points tonight. Come close to hitting for the cycle?
I did. Really close. Really close. I needed it. It was in New York playing for the Yankees. I needed a double my last time up. And made up my mind if it was anything close, I was going. I was gonna run a single into a double, and I hit a ball down the right field line. It was going to be a sure double, and it hit the part of the stands that jut out in Yankee Stadium, bounced right to the right fielder about the time I hit first base.
Driven foul.
So I was going to be willing to be thrown out by 10 feet, but I couldn't be thrown out by 89 feet. I just couldn't do it.
It has been a good night for Rosario. 1 run batted in on the home run and 4 runs scored. 2 strikes to Rosario. Inside 1-2. And now 2-2.
Well, you were right about that double that he hit that went over Chu's head in right field. If he had any kind of luck at all, that ball would have bounced, hit a little bit higher and bounced back off the fence past the right fielder. He would have got an easy triple.
Oh my, strike 3, 2 down.
Nasty pitch there. Nasty pitch. It looked outside. Yep, Fox Tracks has got it outside. Coming from the side, 2 strikes, trying to protect. Throws it out there on the what the umpire thought was a corner. It was actually outside.
And now Centeno will take his swings against the twisting delivery of Claudio. Centeno had just 1 hit tonight, but it was a big one in the 2nd inning, driving in 2 runs with a single to right. Out in front, 1-1. Expect Kurt Suzuki to be catching tomorrow afternoon's game and catch Tommy Malone. Centeno's provided some production in the backup catcher's role. The season started with John Ryan Murphy as the backup catcher, and Murphy didn't hit much at all. And then he had it going in AAA for a while, but now he's cooled off.
That funky delivery that Claudio has, I think he looks to me like he could get some left-hand hitters out. Look like he'd be tough to pick up, throwing from the side over there against left-handers. Not as tough from the right side. Ball, when you're standing across the plate, guy throws sidearm like that, you really have a pretty good look at the ball, but left-handers will have to battle.
Same pitch. Centeno strikes out. Grossman left at second after the Vargas double. And Brandon Kintzler will try to finish off a save in the ninth. Twins trying to make it 4 wins out of 6 games so far with the Rangers. Brandon Kintzler, as he's had to do a number of times in his reincarnation as the team's closer, asked to get a 4-out save. He got a big out with the Rangers scoring once in the 8th, leaving 2 men in scoring position. And now he'll face Hoying, who came into the game and pitched the other night as a pinch hitter leading off the 9th, hitting for Chirinos. Strike 1. One strike. And now Chu will follow, and then Desmond. Chopper, Sano, sidearms it, 1 away.
Right fielder, Shin-Soo Choo.
Lately, Kintzler's just been asked to pick up 1 inning worth of work, but he had back-to-back outings against the Phillies and the Yankees when he picked up saves and had to get 4 outs. So this is nothing new for him. In fact, in the case of the Philly game, we saw him pacing up and down the dugout as per instructed by strength and conditioning coach Perry Castellano to just keep the heart rate up. Don't sit down when you're used to pitching 1 inning at a time. You got your juices going and all that. Just keep moving, so it's a little bit easier for you to warm up the next for the next inning.
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense. It's never really been done that way.
Line directly to Nunez, 2 away.
But that's the science of strength and conditioning and being ready to play that you were talking about earlier. It's a, pardon this expression, a whole new ball game.
Yeah. Well, he's got a son, Knox, who's on this trip, and Knox is about 9 months old, and so he knows what it's like to be an expectant father. But that's exactly how he looked, pacing up and down the dugout at Target Field in his save against the Phillies. 2 down, and now Desmond. Strike 1.
Well, you say that a lot about Brandon Kintzler, and that's one of the best. Strike one.
Yeah.
That's one of the best things that he does is just get strike one. He comes right out the strike zone. Great to see. That's got to pitch that way.
But they're down there too. The strikes are down around the knees.
Got movement, and he's low in the strike zone most of the time. Again, it's not overpowering stuff, but he puts a lot of pressure on the hitter by coming at the low strike zone, just with everything he's got.
Chop foul. He's thrown 10 pitches. They've all been strikes. Plan A was Glenn Perkins. Plan B was Kevin Jepson. And right now, Plan C is looking pretty good. There's the first pitch out of the strike zone.
Well, he had him set up for that pitch very, very nicely. Throw it, running that fastball, that running, moving fastball in, down and in on the hands of Desmond. And had he been able to throw that break ball anywhere near the outside corner, he had him for sure.
And in off the plate, 2-2.
I still think the outside part of the plate's open for him now. He's been so effective pitching in on Desmond. I think the outside part of the plate's available to him.
And Desmond fights it off. Two and two to Ian Desmond. Drilled to left center. Rosario won't get it. That ball will get to the wall, and Desmond keeps the game alive with a double.
Well, Desmond's swinging great, and when you get a pitch to hit, he gets a pitch to hit. He's not missing it. That ball's a little hanging slider, looked like, and that was a laser to left center.
And now Odor with the tying run on deck.
In the person of Adrian Beltre, you'd really like not to see him up as the tie and run.
Odor tonight 0 for 4. Drove in a run with a ground ball. Base hit center field. Desmond to third. They'll wave him around, and Beltre will have a chance to tie the game. Odor jumping on the first pitch. And it's 8-6.
Paul Molitor with the manager's signal, no doubles. Here's a fastball pretty much down the middle. One thing we've noticed about Odor, he's a first ball fastball hitting son of a gun. He's looking for a fastball in the middle of the plate right away, not taking anything.
Two very quick outs here in the ninth, but now two ringing base hits. Beltre takes outside ball one. Beltre has reached his last 3 times, a pair of singles and a walk.
We talked about how good the Rangers are in this ballpark, especially coming back in the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings.
And back in the strike zone, 1-1. To left, hanging in the air, Rosario ends it. And the Twins have won another ball game against the best team in the American League, and an 8-6 win tonight over the Rangers.
Twins hitters able to take advantage of a very limping Texas Rangers starting staff, and Ricky Nolasco pitching out of some tough jams to give him 6 good innings. Good team victory tonight for the Twins.
Tom Hanneman and the Twins have clinched the season series with the Rangers, and now they're marking July 6-3.